my feelings out of you. You held my head against the flame and made me give my crown to you. Spirit, but lucky all the same. Sweet taste of empires crumbling in the gloom. Napkin men with metal hearts around us, drawing nearer, bodies fill the room. Talking heads parade their faces every day, showing us the way to think and feel, helping us to understand the rich man's point of view. They said it on the news and now it's real.
Happy Sunday, my friends. Welcome to another Chill Art Sunday, the very first stream that I have been able to do since last week. Thanks, Mom. Anyway, happy Sunday, welcome, and thank you so much for joining. Let's see if we can resume works on that project that we have been working on for the past few Sundays. Although, if I'm honest with you, I do not really feel like doing anything today. If anything, I would rather just, I don't know, be sulking. In any case. Excuses is still the placeholder name for this picture. But I actually have been thinking of what to actually call this thing. And I might have found well, not exactly perfect name for this picture, but I might have found a name that would actually work nicely with this. So for now, the placeholder name is Excuses, but considering the idea behind the picture, I think that what was the name that I thought? It was a 2 words name. Cause and effect. Cause and, well, technically 3 words. Cause and effect. Okay, so cause and effect is now going to be the final name for this picture. At least until I change my mind about it. Which is possible. Who knows? In any case, cause and effect. That's how this thing is going to be called until further notice. Anyway, let's open Workshop Dragon. And let's also open Dragon Progress Sheet. Let's zoom out. Where's the mouse? There it is. Oh, wait a second. I actually technically have finished the dragon. I still have to draw his wings. But other than that, Koros is complete. Sketch-wise. I don't think I will actually be needing this reference sheet. Not a reference sheet. This is not a reference sheet. This is a progress sheet. I'm really not in the mood to work on wings today. Well, in that case, instead of working on the wings, I will see if I can develop that vehicle that the Griffin was driving. Yeah, I will work on that. Let's copy this entire thing, make a new file, paste it again, and save over the original. What happened? Right, I know what happened. That's because I changed the name of the folder, so Windows doesn't know where the folder went. Let's save this over Workshop Dragon again. Yeah, there we go. I did that so I can still use the eraser trick. Alright. So about this carriage wagon thing. I have never really designed this thing. It is still mostly just an idea that I had, a silly idea at that, but an idea nonetheless, that I had a few months ago. I don't actually have a design for this thing. And I just realized I will need one for this picture. Originally, when I had the idea for this kind of vehicle, this is what I came up with. A wagon, I have explained this before, but basically it's a wagon, carriage, whatever, of sorts that is large enough for dragons to actually get inside and drive it. And they would make it move by pedaling, and the pedaling would connect to some sort of gearbox that would have a crazy ratio that would make the back wheel turn way faster than the dragon can pedal, and also while allowing the dragon to not make as much effort to pedal, so you know the thing can drive around for a long time and even drive up hills and that sort of stuff before making the dragon too tired. But anyway, that's the basic idea. And this one here well, it would not be, it is actually the same concept of vehicle as this one for dragons, but on a smaller scale, made specifically for griffins. The thing is, I do not have a design for this thing. As you can see here and there on that little doodle. This is just a very extremely simple and basic concept. I never developed this any further. I don't even know if something like this would even be possible in real life. The scale that is supposed to have, but point is, I don't know how to design this thing. So let's get started. Well, since I will be working, supposedly, I will be working on this thing here, this vehicle, I will need a different workshop file for just that thing. So let's rename this one here from Workshop Dragon to Workshop Wagon. I never really decided if I want to call this vehicle a wagon or a carriage. Although if I do remember correctly from last time I looked into this kind of thing, the name is kind of interchangeable, so I suppose either one is fine. In any case, for the file, let's go with wagon. So let's call this file now Workshop Wagon. So now I have a Workshop Dragon and Workshop Wagon to go alongside with Workshop Griffin. Yep. Where is that? Yeah, Workshop Dragon, Workshop Griffin, and Workshop Wagon. The Workshop Dragon is where I have been working on the sketch for the dragon. That's Cordos Parlet, that's his name. And I will still use this file for when I draw his wings, so I'm going to keep it. The Workshop Griffin is where I drew the griffin. This is going to stay here untouched. I don't think I'm going to need this any further, but I'm not going to delete it either. And now Workshop Wagon, not Dragon, is where I will work on the wagon thing. And for this one, I will actually delete everything that I have added here as reference, because now I only need the dragon and the griffin. On that note, I will also need here for a moment the progress sheet of the griffin. Not exactly, but what I actually need from here is this black and white sketch of him. Replace the colored one that I put here for scale reference. Yeah, there we go, that's it. Now, let's move that over to there and expand this canvas further down a little bit. And let's set this color to dark gray and draw a horizontal line going all the way across like so. And there's a reason for this. Now, let's move the sketch of the dragon down here somewhere. This line is defining where the ground is. for the record. Gotta place this sketch of the dragon in just the right spot. I suppose here should be fine. At least for now. Now, same thing with the griffin. But the griffin must be somewhat at the same level as the dragon. Not exactly at the same, but somewhat at the same. Let's move it to the side now, because I want this griffin to be at this, let's say, height, I suppose. I wish this could go faster. By the way, if you do not know how I am doing this, how I am moving this selection like this, I am just holding the left arrow key on my keyboard. Any day now. Also, wasn't I supposed to redraw a little bit of this griffin to make him actually look like he's looking directly at the dragon? Yes, I was supposed to do that. I forgot about that. Alright, well, what should I do first then? Should I work on the wagon or should I work on the griffin? Also, how exactly was I planning to do that change that I have just mentioned? Was I going to redraw his head so his head is more horizontal than at this angle, or was I going to just change the eye? I forgot. Well, one way or another, let me change just the eye right now and see if just that will be enough. I mean, it kind of is, but at the same time, it isn't. Let's zoom out and see what this looks like. This kind of makes sense, or it would make more sense if the griffin was actually closer to the dragon. Let's keep his eye untouched for the moment. And let's first draw the carriage, or wagon, whatever. And then... what am I trying to say here? Let's see if I can design the wagon so I can figure out where exactly I should position that thing in relation to these two characters, more specifically in relation to the dragon. And then, once I have the dragon and the carriage, the wagon in place, then I will be able to more easily figure out where exactly the griffin should go. Yeah, let's do that. So for now, let's leave both of these where they are right now. And okay, let's see, wheel size. Oh wait, hold on. First, let me change the color of these two sketches. Let's change it to a bright light gray. This is the maximum size the eraser can go on this version of Paint. You know what? Let's copy this entire thing and open an older version of Paint that allows me for an infinite size of the eraser. I don't need to do this, but it will make it easier to change the color, everything at once. And I want this exact shade of gray. So that on the primary color. Nice. Zoom out a little. Actually, no, I don't have to zoom out. Let's make this eraser very, very big. The reason why I'm going to be changing the color of the sketches from black to light gray, is just so I can draw over these lines, so I can have them as a base, as a reference for sizes and that sort of stuff, without getting them mixed up with the lines of the wagon that I'm going to be drawing. I actually should kind of invert these colors. I should, yeah. Hang on. The ground line, I am going to change this to a different color. Let's set it to black for the moment, because I actually want the sketches to be dark gray, so they appear to be more on the foreground than the ground line. So zoom out a little bit more. Can I zoom out? No, I cannot zoom out further on this version of. Alright, fine, no problem. Let's just recolor that line there. Should do it. And oh, you know what? Hold on. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Let me sample that light gray, apply it to a little bit of this line, and wait a second. Wait a second. I am getting myself confused. Alright, let's use these two here. Samples. Yeah, whoops. Frick. How to paint. Right. What am I trying to do? Right. I want to change this light gray into this dark gray. Let's make the eraser big. A little bigger. 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 That's good enough. See, with a very big eraser, you can cover a lot more ground. Right, now, let's pick that light gray on the secondary color and black on the primary. And change the entire black line into a light gray line. There we go. And now I can erase both of those and copy everything and bring it over, oops, and bring it over to here. There we go. Perfect. Alright, now I can properly get started. Let's close this version of Paint. Let's begin by, by drawing a circle to use as the basis for one of the wheels. But do I want this wagon thing to be completely sideways like the doodle? I mean, I can do it. It makes sense, but wouldn't that look kind of odd in terms of perspective? Possibly. Well, basics first. Since I still do not have a design for this kind of vehicle, I might as well do it this way to make things a little easier on myself. So, yeah, let's draw a circle. So, following the doodle there as a reference, the front wheel in relation to the griffin should be in height-wise should be more or less about half of the griffin's size, or more specifically about half of the griffin's height. Assuming I am starting the wheel from the bottom of this paw over here. Is that right? Yes, it is. So let's see. Let's hold shift for a perfect ear. Okay. That should be it, right? Let's ensure that this circle is actually perfect. Let's copy, paste, flip horizontally, and place it over the original. Yeah, it is not pixel perfect. How can I tell? Well, here. See how this part over here, how there are 2 pixels right next to each other. Same thing happening there, there, and there. You can see that, right? If I undo, those go away. That means that something here is actually not exactly even. How do I make it even? I want this to be a as perfect as possible. A perfect circle. Would it work if I... Wait a second, before I do that, let me rotate to the right and place this here. Okay. So the bottom and the top seem to be right. They're normal. Let's do another rotation. Okay, now the bottom and the top kind of worked. Fine. What happens if I remove this pixel and this pixel? Alright, yeah, okay, that should work. Let's copy this side and set this to brown. Now set everything to brown. Paste that there. Flip this horizontally. Paste this here. Now let's do the same thing with this one. This allows me to see the pixels that I will have to erase. Okay. Now give me brown. And to do this. Little fix on these 2 gaps. Should be fine. And now, in theory, if I made this correct, if I rotate and paste this over, all the pixels will be equal all around. Let's rotate this to the right. Actually, wait, hold on. Do not rotate. Instead, flip horizontally. Okay, let's do it again, and this time let's flip vertically. Nice. What if I flip horizontally now? Okay, perfect. Now I have a perfect circle. Sort of. Okay. So, a wagon wheel. What is a wagon wheel like? That was not what I was expecting. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, they are actually really simple indeed. Very well. Let's draw now another circle inside. Ooh, voice crack. Inside this circle. And I also need pixel precision. How can I go about doing that? What if I do this? Well, first of all, what is the thickness that I want here? Let's see. Okay, about this here should be fine. So, do that. This. You'll see what I'm doing in a moment. How many pixels are here? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. I lost count. 1, there, frick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Line on 8. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Line on 8. I think I know what I'm doing. Okay. Let's paste this over. Actually, paste this over there as a backup. Very well. Copy this, rotate, and paste over everything. Very well. Now, if I did this correctly, in theory, if I start the next circle right on this exact pixel here, right where these two lines intersect, and drag it all over to down here to the same intersection on the opposite side, I should get a perfect circle inside this larger one. Let's try it. Okay, seems fine. Let's see if this is actually even, as I need it to be. It isn't. I can tell immediately that it is not. See this corner here, and this one over here, and this one over here? They do not exist on this side. So let's fix that. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. Because now I can paste it around. Nice. Well, very good. Rotate, flip. Oops. What did I just do? Flip vertically. There. Rotate a couple times. Paste this here. Good. And let's see if now this is complete. Flip horizontal. Now vertical. Nice. Rotate. Okay, yes, this is indeed even. Very well. Let's back up this circle and place it here on the side and paste a new one in here. Good. Now I will need one on the very center, actually two. Two? Sure. Yeah. I need two now. So let's again do a few measurements. Wait. What if I do it this way? If I draw a rectangle like this and this, and now I use and now I use this square in the center here. as the base for the innermost circle. Yeah. I could make this wider, couldn't I? Yes, I definitely could. I can and I will. Very well. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pixels there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pixels there. Is this perfectly round? Yes, it is. This one I can tell. Wait a second. No, something's wrong here. Something is wrong. Something's wrong. Second. Horizontal. That there. Now flip vertical. What's this here? Let's make a square all around. So it wasn't perfect. Is this pixel? That? And oops. And that. This is not even. It is not symmetrical. It has to be symmetrical. Let's make it symmetrical. There. Let's have this one in here as a backup. Place this copy over here. There we go. Now that is even. Excellent. And now I can draw the innermost one. And that one for sure I can tell is even. Completely symmetrical. Very well. So now we have the very basics of a wagon wheel, I suppose. I'm not going to bother drawing the, those things going around here yet, because this here is just what I need for the moment. Let's erase these measurement lines. Copy this wheel and paste it here. Oh, it must not be at the exact same position as the griffin, though. It has to be further up. So it looks like it is actually on the other side of the griffin. So do I want this to be at line level? I guess. So move it to the side over here. Let me check the doodle there for reference. Well, it doesn't exactly matter where I put this wheel right now. Let's just have it over there. Well, these ones here, let's move them up there for reference / backup, because now I need to draw the back wheel, and that one is larger. It is actually almost the same height as the griffin. Let's go back here. And a second. Okay, at paw level. Let's draw a perfect circle. So. And about this size should be enough. It is much bigger than the front wheel. Nice. Alright, let's place it here. And just like I have done with the front wheel, I will make this one be exactly symmetrical. Imagine if I actually had OCD. Now rotate a couple times. And voila! 1 pixel there and 1 pixel here. Oops. Brown on the primary to erase the excess pixels. And now I have a perfect circle. Paste it over here. Back up. And let's do measurements. Or more specifically, let's do some measurement lines. So I can draw the inner circles to make this actually look like a wheel. How many pixels am I gonna go here? First, let me zoom in a lot so I can see the pixels more easily. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 pixels with the line on the 10th one, I suppose. Is this going to be enough thickness for this wheel? Let's see. Actually, line on the 11th pixel. So from the black line over here to this gray line going vertically here, that should be 10 pixels. Not that it really matters, because I will actually simply copy this side and flip it around and tilt and that sort of stuff, rotate and paste it around on the other sides of this circle. Let's paste this one over. Go, now copy this. Rotate. Oh no, it cut aside. No problem. If this happens to you when you are using paint and rotating a selection, simply copy that selection, that rotated selection, remove it and paste. And it will paste correctly. Good? You know what? Let's copy this. A couple of rotations and paste it. Perfect. Now then, like before, let's begin at the intersection. Go to the other side. And again, like before, let's ensure that this is also completely symmetrical. You know, this circle is actually symmetrical. For the first time, it actually ended up being completely symmetrical without the need for any fixes. Look, there are no brown pixels anywhere. Awesome! Well, in that case, let's just undo all of this. There we go. Paste this here as a backup. And move this one to the wheel. Nice. I haven't saved it in a while. There we go. Save it now. Now, like I did before, let's make a couple rectangles starting from the very center. That's the wrong color. Yeah, oops. There. And there. Very well. Now, for that inner larger square, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pixels. Do I want 7 here? Let's go with 8. There. One more. Yeah. And there. I'll copy this, flip it around, and position in place. Just like so. Very nice. Now a circle here. Is this one even? Is it symmetrical? It is. It's just a little wonky because of those corners there. See if I can improve that. Yeah, this here should be fine. Yeah, it seems to be symmetrical, right? Let's copy this, paste it here as a backup, bring this one to just to make sure it is actually symmetrical. Let me do this. It is not symmetrical. Frick. Undo that one. Heck, I could swear this was symmetrical. That's fine. Problem. Yeah, there, see brown pixels showing there. And there. Okay, now it is symmetrical. Over here. And paste a copy in here for backup purposes. Very well. Now for the innermost one. Now there is no way this one is not symmetrical right off the bat. Anyway. Let's remove the gray lines and use this wheel. So let's copy. Put those over there. Let me zoom in further. Actually, no, hold on. I have to be careful with how long this wagon is going to be. That means I have to pay attention to where exactly I position this wheel. Let's move it to back here. Any day now. It's gonna get there eventually. A little more. Is this too much? Yes, it is too much. Let's bring it closer to the Griffin a little more. I'm not drawing a limousine after all. Let me look at the doodle. Yeah, a little closer. Okay, that should be enough. Now, save. And although it is still technically too early to start saving backups of the progress to a progress sheet, I would do it. Let's expand this canvas. And let's call this here wagon progress sheet. Yep. Yep. Now I would change the color of those wheels to something else. Change it to a dark gray, I mean a dark red. Actually no, let's change it to brown. I made this color change because I want to use the color black to draw the actual wagon itself. So then, departing from the principle that this circle and this circle are the axle of the wagon, that means I have to draw the body of the wagon a little on top of these. If this were a car, I wouldn't. But being this a wagon, I'm trying to think here. I mean, it makes sense to start here up on top, but also if I go completely straight like this part back here is going to be below the axle. Should I make it like this, or should I have the wagon tilted forward like this, or instead should I have it go up to one point, completely flat on the bottom, and then yeah, like this, and then go up and then over? Actually, yes, because if I do this, I can actually use this area to fit the gearbox of the wagon. Yeah, I can do that. Do I want 90-degree angles, however. No, I don't think I want 90 degrees anywhere here. Let's do this. And that. Mm-hmm. How far back should the body of the wagon go? I suppose here is fine. And how much forward, how much ahead should it go? I would do a very extremely basic body shape for this wagon at first. So very simple lines, like mostly straight lines in there, something very boxy. And then I should be able to use that as a basis for a more proper design. I have no idea what I'm doing or how I should do it. Like, I could have this go up now. Now let's stretch the nose of this thing right about here. Yeah. And do this. Is this height good enough? Sure. That seems to be fine. Now, I do want this wagon to have a sort of nose, kinda. Yeah, like this. No? That way the mechanism for steering can actually be fit inside this area, while the actual cabin where the Griffin goes will be around here somewhere. And before I end up drawing that truck Tesla is making. What's the thing called again? That pickup truck? I forgot the name. Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk? I don't know, cyber something. Whatever. Yeah, sure, do like that. I know it's ugly, but like I always say, basics first. Also, I haven't drawn a vehicle in several years, probably over a decade actually. So I lost practice. Now, being this a fantasy world, a fantasy universe, would this society have the technology to make windshields at an angle like this? It's looking too much like a car. It is not supposed to look like a car. Let's have this be a little tilted. Also, wait a second. Griffin? I have to bear in mind the height of the wagon. and that should come based on the height of the griffin itself. So the roof should be around here somewhere. Yeah, that seems about right. That's a very big windshield. What a wonky looking thing. Okay, now what should be the basic shape for the back? Should I keep going straight with this roof, or should I make it go up a bit? I mean, if I keep going from here to there in a straight line, that means there will be less room on the back. If I do add a height difference here, it actually should look a little cool. Yeah, it should look a little cooler. Would it? I have doubts. Yeah, I have some doubts here. Sure, whatever. Basics first. Now, here, let's see, down here. So about that gearbox thing. Let's say it is like this. It goes, yeah, down. So I have no idea how a gearbox for a vehicle like this would actually be like, so let's make it this big, I suppose. Sure. And I kind of want a portion of the wagon to actually be down here as well. I mean, the body to extend down here. This looks an awful lot like a weird looking van. If I bring the back all the way down to about the gearbox level like this, or at least close to that. Yeah, let's do this. This area here on the inside of the wagon could serve as some sort of, not ladder, but some sort of stair. So, well, I would be assuming that there would be a door on the back here, which is not exactly the case. Let's ignore that then. Alright, let's do this. That. Was that there 1 pixel? None of this looks nice. That's fine. Basics first. Always basics first. Let's save this as a backup. Yeah, size-wise, it seems to be fine. Especially when compared to the size of the dragon. Yeah, this is definitely something that would anger the dragon if it were to be driven on their back, on their rear end. Like this, yeah. For the sake of something, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. But whatever, let's extract just the wagon out of this whole shabam. Let's remove the griffin. And the ground line. There we go, now we have just the wagon itself. Place it over there. Nice. Yeah, this wagon is almost the size of a dragon. Granted, the one that would be driven by dragons would be much larger than this one. This size here would still be too small for the dragon. Yeah, a size similar to this one would be more fitting to a dragon. Still would be a little small though. But gives us an idea of how much bigger it would be in relation to a griffin, and the wagon fit to a griffin. Fit for a griffin, sorry. Like, look at the size of this wheel. It's taller than the griffin's wagon itself. Yeah, nice. This is looking like something that I would have drawn when I was 5 years old. Oh boy. That's what happens when you have no idea what you are doing and you are out of practice in terms of drawing vehicles. Okay, how do I want to proceed from here though? Maybe I can get some inspiration from some real world wagons on the past. Well, not this kind of wagon. That's a nice looking car. I like this wagon. It's nice. Very nice. This one is nicer. But I see why regardless of the fact, regardless of, you know, the basics first thing, see why I went with very straight and square lines for the basic design, or the basic shape rather. It's because they're the real life wagons. I mean, wagons in real life, they actually wear kind of like that. Interesting. And to think that over 100 years ago, these things were the way of transportation. No cars, just these things being powered by horses and sometimes oxes. fascinating. We have come a very long way, guys. Look at this thing. This one reminds me quite a lot of what I am doing here right now. Not bad, actually. Very neat. Well, okay, but what about my design? That's a beautiful wagon. Well, I don't know. But I do know. Torpedo, welcome. Thank you for joining. Happy Sunday. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. How the frick am I going to design this thing? I could be better if I'm honest. These past 2 weeks have actually been really extremely awful for me, so I'm not doing that very well, but physically I'm fine. Like I say sometimes, except for the things that are bad, everything's good. Right now, just struggling a little bit to figure out what the fudge do I do for this wagon. No problem, no problem. Better late than never. Well, suppose I should begin with the windshield, right? Yeah? Yeah. Or no? Wait, hold on. Oh, that is awesome, Torpedo. That is awesome. I am thinking so hard about how I should design this wagon that if you pay close attention, you might hear my brain grinding gears. It's actually today is a chill day, okay? The temperature-wise, it is actually quite nice. 25 degrees outside. 24. It is rainy, but I'm actually thinking so hard on this that I'm actually starting to feel warm. I think I am satisfied with this basic shape. This is obviously not what I want to go with, but I don't know what I want to go with. That's the problem. Let's draw a few more basic shapes. Like, let's have a thing going down here. And this thing going down here would be part of the steering mechanism. Sure, go with a shape, a basic shape like this. Why not? Okay. Now, do I want to give this thing some rounded corners. Possibly. Yes, I should. This is a medieval style fantasy universe. But that doesn't mean that I cannot give this vehicle a small touch of... What is the word that I'm looking for? Modernity? Is that a word? Modernity? That's not a word, is it? It is a word. Okay. So my point is, although this is a medieval style fantasy universe, it doesn't really mean that I cannot give this vehicle a little bit of modernity to its design. Oh, you know what I could do? I think I know just what I can do in terms of design. Well, not really, but I know what I can inspire myself on with this. Instead of inspiring the design on the wagons of old, like this thing here, I should inspire the design of this wagon on one of the best cars ever produced in real life. And I am obviously talking about the glorious Fiat Uno, more specifically the Brazilian Uno. Not this thing is awful. I'm talking about this thing here. Well, maybe not this one, because this one is much older than the one that I have in mind. This one. Yeah, I could inspire the design of that wagon on the classic Uno. Now, for you guys who have never seen this car before, or even heard of this car before, you might look at it and say, oh, what is that? That looks horrible, that looks terrible. Do not let the appearance of this car fool you. This car is actually extremely good. One of the most reliable cars ever produced, very cheap maintenance, very easy to keep, extremely economical also, very fuel efficient. All the while being cheap to buy, and although a simple car, it was made to be a simple car, it is comfortable. Now this is the European Uno. No, that one sucks. I actually wished to buy one of these a couple years ago. This is a little redesign of the original.
This is big brain time.
But yeah, this here is a redesign of the original, which is that one there from the 80s. Mind you, this car is so good that it was produced in Brazil. It was designed and produced in Brazil since 1984 all the way up to 2013, 2014, when it had to finally be taken out of production due to a few changes in traffic laws. More specifically, Brazil finally made it mandatory to have ABS and airbags on all new cars, and because this car here was an old project, Fiat figured it was best to just finally stop production altogether and make a new car to replace it instead of trying to adapt this one. Otherwise, this would still be selling, and mind you, this car sold extremely well, and it is a really good car. And I can speak from experience because my family owns the sedan version of the Fiat Uno, although it is a 1986 model. And I really like how this car looks. But anyway, I want a nice photo that I can use as a reference for inspiration slash reference. That is too tiny. The red one is nicer. Yeah, I suppose I could go with this one. Yeah, let's go with this one. And just so you know what car that I'm talking about that my family has. My family has this one here. This is the Fiat Premio, the sedan version of the Fiat Uno. Although the one my family has is a slightly different model from this one. It's also a really good car. This one's a newer model. Okay, but that's not what I want. Also, well, I could also use this one. I could use the Premio as a reference. That's a nice looking. Sorry, I'm looking at cars. I like cars. I kind of get myself carried away. Right. The Uno. This Uno. Should I copy this photo to here somewhere? Nah. Okay, I definitely want to base the design of the wagon on the Fiat Uno. But how? That is my question. Let's begin with the windshield. How? I know not. That's actually, instead of drawing you, let me take this here. So it has the exact same angle. And how far away from that line there? How far away I place this line from that one? That is how much the windshield would actually be curved on the front. It must not be too much, neither too little. I think this here should be fine. I'll do this. Yeah. Let's remove some excess pixels. Is that good? Sure. Not perfect, but basics first, as always. Would these wagons have wipers for the rain? Would this society have the technology for something like that? After all, these things do not utilize electricity. Yeah, that looks wonky. But sure, let's go with this. Oh, you know what I should do? Let's change the color of these lines to blue, actually. I have a feeling that this song might be copyrighted, so I'm going to skip to the next one. That's the same one. That's better. That's a perfect one. Yeah, let's recolor these lines here. I should use the blue color to draw the lines of the actual design that this thing is supposed to have. Right, save. Now, normally I take a quick bathroom break only on the second hour of stream, but I have been drinking a lot of water, so I'm gonna have to take that break a little earlier this time. So if you folks excuse me, I will have to be right back. Nature is calling. Be right back. With a car seat in the Dragon? No, this wagon is supposed to be next to the Griffin. Well, let me turn off this here. is supposed to be next to the griffin, behind the dragon. The idea being that the griffin here ended the dragon, and then the dragon walked forward a little bit and turned around very angry at the griffin. The griffin got out to, you know, say, hey, I'm sorry, winter mod. That sort of stuff. But right now I'm just trying to figure out the design of the wagon. And once I have the wagon designed and fully drawn, then I will actually position it on the correct place it is supposed to be. But yeah, that'll come later. For now, I am still trying to figure out the design. So that is a priority. And I still have to draw the wings on the dragon. But yeah, I'll be right back.
princess got me speechless. There ain't no class that can teach this. She's got my heart tied in knots. I swear that ready or not, you know my name. I just hope that somehow you feel the same. Cause when you're here, I don't know what to do. My hopes are flying high. And when you're near, I don't know what to do. When you look my way, and I know that you are out of my league, but you stole my heart and gave it away. I know this isn't right, but these feelings I have won't go away, go away.
Royal princess with royal duties and royal pain, and every pony for my hoof in marriage they campaign. And I had no idea if my prince I could choose until my heart stopped and I looked at you. But I have checked all the charts, no way I'm throwing my darts. The stallion's the perfect one, my shining second to none. He is so precious to know whenever he says hello. My special sun pony, I'm hoping that you might agree.
Cause when you're here, I don't know what to do.
My hopes are flying high.
And when you're near, I don't know what to do.
When you look my way,
And I know that you are out of my league, but you stole my heart and gave it away. I know this isn't right, but
Okay, I am back. Oh, what is this here? Okay.
A few moments later.
I did not take long. It was only about 3 minutes on the most. Right. What was I gonna do? Oh, some others. Yeah, they are fun. I shall look into a few more that I can add. The most ideal stream to use those, however, I believe would be a gaming stream, but I still have not been able to do one of those because of this one particular person in my family. But let's not go into that. Let's not go there. But it's worth it. Yeah, I still want to do that that Gaming Friday where I play Phasmophobia by myself. I still want to do that. And I actually think excuse me. And I actually think I have added a couple jump scares to those. Well, let's see, where was I? The door. This thing needs a door. Now, the door for the wagon. I think this song is also copyrighted. It's awesome, but I think it is copyrighted, so let's keep. Also this one. Heck. The door for the wagon. It should not be a door that opens like the door of a car. No. My idea for these things is that they slide either to the back or to the front to open. You know, like the door in a van. Yeah, because these creatures are quadrupeds, so they can't really get in and out as easily as humans would be able to with a door that opens to the side, like in a car. So I believe that a door that opens wide to the side, not to the side, that slides to the side would be a better choice. Shape-wise, how should this be? Also, how should this one open? Should this one open to the front? The back? I want to put another door here as well, though. That's the thing. So, if this one were to open to the back, it would conflict with the other one here. If I have this one open to the front, slide to the front, would it conflict with the wheel? And regardless of the wheel, how exactly would it be supported? Oh, I just had an idea. Let me draw a little example here, both to show you what I just thought and also to serve as an example for myself. So imagine that this is the wagon as seen from above, and I want these wheels to be out or into the wagon. Let's say they are into the wagon, so Yeah, like this, like a car would, for example. Instead of outwards like this. Yeah, sure. So that would be one wheel, and this one would be the wheel on the back, I suppose. Yeah, whatever. Point is, the idea I had. So let's imagine that this line here is a door, a front door. In this case, it would be like the passenger door on the front side of the wagon. Okay. So this would be the door closed. Now, a real-world car, the door would open like this, and this is what I was talking about, because I don't think these creatures being quadrupeds, I don't really believe that they would have a very easy time getting in and out of this thing if the door were to open like this. Although it could work for griffins, but for a dragon-sized wagon, a door like this would probably not even be able to sustain itself due to its sheer weight, because of its size, obviously, because one of these wagons for a dragon has to be much, much larger, and therefore heavier. So, what I thought is that they should slide to the side to open, but if the front door were to slide to the back, it would basically block the door on the back. So any griffins on the back side, and the same thing would apply for a dragon wagon as well. Well, that door would be blocked. So the back door should open to the back, while the front door should open to the front. The problem is, how would the front door get itself, supported? So what I just thought is, if I just do it sliding like this, it's not really going to be able to, well, have itself supported, because there isn't enough body on the vehicle to add any sort of tracks, if that makes any sense. Van door. See if I can find an example of what I'm thinking in regards to those tracks that I mentioned. Alright, the idea being that, yes, this here. See this thing over here? I don't know if this is the actual name, but this is kind of like a track, and where this is what is supporting the door. And the idea on the wagon is that doors open kind of like this here. But for the front side, it would not work like this, because there is not enough vehicle on the front to have these things here. So what I thought is that instead of simply sliding to the front, the door could pop outwards and then kind of go like this. Notice the movement here. Like this. And there would be some sort of arms. Not exactly hydraulic arms, but some sort of arms that could stretch mechanically in and out of the body of the wagon. So wait a second. So like, let's imagine, oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's imagine that this is a door, and when it opens, it would be so much easier if I could draw the lines for those arms and then have them kind of be animated in a way that I could move just the door itself, and those arms would follow. But anyway, point is, it would pop outside, outwards, and then I have no idea how to explain this, or how to even illustrate this. Can you do anything like this on Photoshop? Try. Now, let's make this on a new layer and duplicate this layer. Also, it doesn't necessarily have to be on this side here. It could be like this, I suppose. I have no idea what I'm doing. Merge these two together, I suppose. Now, distort this. Yeah, this works. This works. So, I think this works. I don't know. Anyway, imagine the door is closed. So to open, it would go like this. I hope this makes sense. Yeah, let me try and draw a body of sorts for the vehicle. Imagine that this here is the body of the wagon, okay, as seen from above. There we go. Let's see, distort. This is here. Okay, so door closed, okay, and to open, it would pop outwards like this. Those arms, they would articulate outwards, and the door would do an angle and move to the front and get itself next to the body of the wagon like this, with the assistance of the arms. Now obviously, getting to about this point here, at some point this arm would very likely collide with the pillar of the wagon at some point, so we would require some more articulations here to avoid that somehow, but I'm pretty sure it would be possible to do something like this. Actually, buses have a system similar to this, don't they? They do. Bus door. Not this kind of door, this kind of door. This, yes, this. That's exactly what I am thinking of. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Although, could I have a picture that has a few more pixels than that, please? It would be very much appreciated. This would be ideal, but it's so blurry. Ah, it's too tiny. Bus door on a car. Yeah. Ah, why must it be so small? I want one that is larger. Frick. Buses are so big. Why must pictures of buses be so tiny? Yeah, that works. So yeah, what I am thinking is something like a bus door, a door like this, except that in the case of the wagon, instead of opening backwards like this one here, it opens to the front, and the one on the back would open like this one here. So you know, to the back. So that's what I am thinking with this here. That's how I think the door on the wagon should function. But yeah, I had completely forgotten that there are buses that have doors like this. And yet, that is exactly what I was thinking. Amazing. But anyway, with that, delete that. So yeah, that's how the door should function. So the front door here should open like that door on the bus to the front. The, let's say, hinges of the door, the articulation, would be able to be fit on this area here just fine and still be able to support the door. So yeah, now, how large should the door be? It has to be large enough so a quadruped can easily get in and out. I suppose this size should be enough. Yeah. Do I want this to be straight down like so, or do I want to give this a little bit of angle? Let's see a little. Such a good car. I suppose that a little bit of angle would be nice. Preferably a little more room on the bottom. So what I could do is angle this to about halfway down like so. No. Yes or no? I don't know. Or all the way down. Let's go almost all the way down. Like this. Okay? Instead of a straight line here, I would do a curve. I'll add a few more curves around everywhere. But, as always, basics first. First I define the design and then I worry with the actual details of the design. And over here, this can go like so, I guess. Gotta add one more pixel here. Go. Yes. And the articulation hinges for the door would be... the frick was that? And the... whatever I just said will be in here somewhere inside. So when it opens, the things... yeah. Windows. This should have windows. Would a wagon like these have rear view mirrors? I don't know. Let's draw a basic window. Yeah, now because I am giving... well, makes sense, right? The Griffin has crashed. into the dragon because his wagon has windows. What a stupid joke. The Griffin crashed because it has windows. Oh my. Anyway, let's drop this line all the way down to about here. Now this is not at the same height as the line on the front, but that is fine. It is actually intentional because I do want this to have an angle. Actually, you know what? Don't do that. The joke may have been stupid, but it made you laugh. Well, at least I laughed. Anyway, let's follow this line here. And let's have this line go all the way to the back. Not all the way to the back. Just to right about here. Yes. And from here on, I do a straight line going all the rest of the way to the back. Now this line I have just drawn here is one of those lines that kind of defines the shapes of the side of a car, for example. Like if you look at the Uno over here, you can see these lines going from the front, like right here, you know, to the back. And if we follow the line of the hood, you can see it goes up, and it kind of meets with the lines of the windows over here. Although I suppose the Fiat 147 would be a better example of that. I love this little car here. It's also a very good car. Actually, let's use this one. Yeah, the resolution is not very good here, but actually no, this one here is the perfect example. See this line going here on the side? This is a very straight line, but it does follow. It does follow the line of the hood. See this line here of the hood? The hood itself curves up to the top there, but this line here keeps following from there. And if you follow the line of the hood on the side here, you can see that this line keeps going on the door, you know, to the back window until it curves up and it goes up to the top. And we can see that a little more clearly on this picture over here. There's that line that I mentioned. Goes over there. So that line I have just drawn there. That's kind of that idea. It is kind of that idea. Although more based on the design of the Uno Premio, where see this line here, it simply basically just curves to an angle and then up to another. I hope that makes sense, because I'm not sure if it makes sense even to myself. Anyway, let's paste this over those gray lines. There we go. Now, picking from nothing actually. Give me the color red, and let's redraw this one here. Let's have it go all the way down to the gray line, like so. And let's erase a couple of these two blue pixels. Nice. Now let's convert the red line into blue, and then let's convert this gray line into blue as well. There. And oops. And there. Perfect. Yeah, I'll have to redraw this part here on the windshield, but no problem. Will come later. That'll be part of the details. Okay, I suppose that's a door. I suppose that is a door. Let me save a backup of this to the progress sheet. I haven't done that in a while. Go. For the back door, there is not much space here for the back door, is there? This wagon would actually have to be longer. I can make it longer. Let's make it longer. Oh, but now it messed up this line. That's fine, no problem. Now, how am I going to fix this? I know. Instead of redrawing the gray line, I'm going to copy this over a few times. And by over, I mean on top of it. Top of itself. To erase this here. Okay. And there. Now, the straight line, oops, that's not it. The straight line, let's do it from here. Back. No? And save. Okay, now I can draw the back door. Although, hold on. Should there be more room back here? The way these wagons should function is by having the quote-unquote driver. Although in universe, a driver is of these things is actually called the conductor or a conductor. Oh, doesn't matter. For the sake of simplicity, let's call them driver. The driver, because they are quadrupeds and they are pedaling, they would be basically laying down on their belly on some sort of, not exactly bicycle. How can I explain? Well, like this. You know, this would be an example of the dragon wagon. So they do need some room on the back here for their tail and also their wing. And the steering is controlled by the front legs, while the pedaling itself is controlled by the back legs. The thing is, griffins do not have big tails like dragons do. So I don't think a griffin would need as much room back here as a dragon would. How would a griffin look like in this? Like, let's imagine this here is their body. There's a head. There here would be a leg on the steering. And here would be a leg on the pedals, and pedals would be circling kind of like this. Tail wise, they can do whatever because their tail is very small if compared to dragons. So yeah, about this here should be fine then. Well, I think this griffin's, well, this is not a griffin, but this griffin wannabe, let's say, is a little too much bigger than it actually should be. But regardless, I suppose I can start the door here. Following the angle of the front door. It can go like so. That is not the exact same angle, but that is not a problem. Also, ideally, considering how this side over here should be not curved, it should be tilted in relation to this one down here on the bottom. These doors should actually be slightly more angled, like this, to reflect, not reflect, to, I don't know. I'll just keep going. I don't know. Do I want this door to be at this height, or do I want it to go at this height for a little bit and then up? Well, actually, I suppose like this should be fine. Should it? Let's begin with the bottom. This line has to go 2 pixels down. 2. There. And should I have this be a straight line up, or should it be curved? To, you know, follow the shape of the wheel arch. Well, should I draw an actual arch here, or should it be straight? Give me a black line, and let's work on this wheel thing first. I will go with an arch. Let's have it go to here. Be fine. And this should be good enough. Now I can have this go back down, or yeah, it should go back down, shouldn't it? Yeah, it should go back down and a little past this line here. Yeah. That should be okay. For the door though, let's erase this. I should have used the line there. Now I can do this here. And let's have this end right about here. This should be wide enough, I suppose. Guess that's good enough. And there. And save. Now for the window, pixel up, pixel down, should be good. And this one I want to go all the way down to the line. I don't think these windows would be openable. Also, would they be made out of glass? Guess. And there. Now let's reuse this line down here. Just like that. I went a little beyond what it should. There. And save. Don't you think this back door actually looks a little wider than the front door? Doesn't matter. It does not matter. Let's give this top here a tiny windshield of its own. Well, not really a windshield, but a window nonetheless. Yeah, this should be enough. If I can make it right. And there. Nice. Now, let's keep going with this line here. And what about here? Yeah. The idea being that this area over here is actually completely flat all the way up, while on this area here is actually curving to the front. So it would be kind of like this. So imagine that we are looking at the wagon from the top, and the back side would look like, let me use the curve tool. It kind of look like this. Kind of, not quite like this, but that's the basic idea. You know? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Let's just have this gray line meet the black line there. There we go. Very well. And do I want another window here? I suppose so. Yeah, let's have another window there. Wait. Where exactly would the articulation slash mechanism slash hinges of this door be attached to? Well, by logic, I suppose the best spot would be here. But that means there would be only one articulation with this door. Unless it would be possible to have another one down here. Although this is a fantasy thing, it has to have some level of logic. And I don't know, I'm not sure if this here is logical. Whatever, let's say it is. Point is, by the way, should the window on the back here be at the same height of this one? So following this line here, or should it follow the line of the door? Yeah, it should follow the line of the window. It should follow the line of the window itself. That's a very nice looking 147. So let's do it here. And end it here. They're same height. And right about here. Down. Should I make a little dent on the window here? So, you know, give the door mechanism a little more room? Probably. So let's have the window go at this point. Now do it straight here. Down. And that should do it. That looks awful though. What if I make this window a little more narrow, like this? Nah, I think it still looks just as bad. Might as well go like this. Like that, and remove this 1 pixel. And that one, and this one. Any more? There are more, but I'm not going to bother with them yet. And save. I think I should add windows over here too, shouldn't I? Yeah. Let's do it. Should it be curved? Not curved. Should it be tilted? Or should it be straight? Should it be straight up? If I do it tilted like this, it should look a little bit stylish. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go with that. But also follow the line of the front window there. Let's do this angle, which is the same as that one there. Now for the back, for this side of the window, I can either keep going with the angles, or I can have it be straight, or I can kind of follow the angle of the doors. Yeah, I actually should, because considering that this area here is curved like this, if we were to see it from above, I must also be considered that if we were to see this from the front side, so we are here, we are looking into this direction, it would look kind of like this. Benji, happy Sunday, welcome to the stream. Unban me please. No, I will not. How are you doing? So yeah, this here kind of helps sell a little bit of the idea of what angle is present here. So let's go with that. And on that note, that means that... should I add another window? I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe not. I'm gonna go with a no. Let's save this. And I could also extend this one and make it go up here. I'm doing okay. Better today than I have been in the past 2 weeks, that's for sure. I'm still struggling, however, to figure out how to design this wagon. I think I am almost done with the most basic design. Ernest, hey there, happy Sunday, thank you for joining, welcome. Haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I suppose that this, for the most basic of designs, should be okay-ish. Is there anything else that I want to add to the basic design? Yes, there is. Need a wheel arch for the front wheel. That's not the curve tool. This, do that. Okay. However, I design the wheel arch for the front wheels. Kind of, for the most part, actually depends on how the front end is actually curved. I don't really want it to be completely flat. I do want it to be, oops. I do want it to have a little bit of curvature. What just happened there? I do want to have a little bit of curvature, kind of like this. No? Spend over 10 years without drawing a car is definitely proving to have been a bad idea. All the lack of practice with drawing vehicles is affecting this here. Let me look at a couple more cars for inspiration. There's a cute yellow 147. But the white one looks nicer. I kid you not, I'd have one of these here if I could. Yes, I did say that my family has a Fiat Premio, but I'm talking about one of this specific model, or rather version, because this car came out in several different versions. Also, another questioning, or rather another thing for myself to question about this Griffin wagon, and for that matter also the Dragon wagon. Dragon wagon? I kind of like how that sounds. They do not have electricity. Would they have headlights? Or anything kind of like that? Or, you know, night driving? Tedplay, well, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. It is very appreciated. Happy Sunday. But yeah, would these things have headlights? And if so, what would they be like? I mean, oh, you know the guy, Torpedo? Why the oh no? In many fantasy settings, most fantasy settings for that matter, electricity as we know it in the real world is not a thing. Thank you, Tad. Although these are just sketches, I haven't actually gotten to the painting part. For the moment, I'm trying to figure out how to design this wagon. Where was I? Yeah. There is no electricity as we know it in the real world. Some fantasy settings do have electricity, but in different ways. But in most of them, they usually use crystals for lighting and for drawing energy out of them. And I actually have already settled in stone many years ago that this fantasy universe where these characters of mine exist, they do make use of crystals. So there will be magic crystals, you know, for lighting and that sort of stuff. Like, for example, houses do not have light bulbs, they have crystals that emit light. The point is, going from that, how can I say it? Departing from this principle, would these wagons use crystals as their headlights? And if so, how the fudge would those things be turned on and off from inside of the wagon? The more I try to make this make sense, make logical sense, the more confused I make myself. What be admin? You should then apply. I don't know, who knows, maybe that works. Okay, let's assume that they would indeed use crystals as the headlights. What would one of those crystals be like? First of all, what are crystals like exactly? Crystal. No! Not a website. I don't even know what site that is. Crystal. You are not going to fill up with the rest with an URL. Are you, browser? No? Good. Here we go. Yeah, frick. I made a typo there. Crystal. Anyway. Let's look at a few crystals for inspiration. That's a cool looking crystal. And that's a beer. I'm pretty sure some people would say that, hey, that is a good crystal. Anyway, if those wagons would use crystals as headlights, I would imagine that they would be something kind of like this, because they have to fit, right, into the body of the wagon. Oh, look at the pretty colors. Oh, that is pretty. That is very pretty. I like this. Anyway. Yeah, I suppose it would have to be something round-ish. Kind of like these. What exactly is a time crystal? I don't know. Oh, that is pretty. Crystals are such a cool thing. Yeah. We can assume that a crystal used as headlights would be something kind of roundish. Kind of like this, I suppose. Yeah, sure. How exactly would it fit on the front end of one of these wagons, though? Let's look at this Fiat Uno again for inspiration, specifically the headlights. I would totally buy one of these cars if I had the money, by the way. Really good car. Yeah, the crystal would definitely have to be fitted inside something. Be attached. How could that be like, though? It would have to be something that could amplify the intensity of the light that the crystal is generating. Kind of like how a headlight in a car works, also flashlights. Okay, and how would that be? And where would that go on a wagon like these? I kind of feel like I should draw a little mock-up of what this front end should look like. Yeah, let's try that. Give me color blue. Let's pretend this is the front wheel. Oops. Instant. I don't know, maybe. Is the recruitment still open, by the way? I actually have no idea.
The toast of the town, the girl on the go, and the type of pony every pony should know. I'll be the one to watch the girl in the flow, and the type of pony every pony.
Yeah, sure, let's go with this line here.
I'll be the toast of the town, the girl on the go, and the type of pony.
Why am I doing this? Let's just go with a rectangle. There. Gotta leave a little room between the wheels and this rectangle so the wheels can actually, you know, turn. little taller. Now, assuming that the wheels are not actually sticking out, as I have defined earlier, that means that... one second. That means that there would be some body here. Yes. Let's copy this to the other side. I don't have to spend time drawing it again. There. And this here would be the windshield. Yes. Sure. Would the top be actually completely flat? Or would it be kind of curved like cars are? I suppose it makes sense if it were a little curved. I'm not going to do that now though. It's just a mock-up. Okay. Draw another line. Going like so. This is the windshield. I think. There. And over here, that's the window on the top. You know, this one over here. There we go. Let's copy this to the other side. So everything is symmetrical. It should be a little wider, but doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter. This is bugging me. Should be wider. Do you really think that I'm going to draw the lines here? Nuh-uh. I'm just going to copy and paste. Perfect. Okay. Now... where would be a good place for these pseudo headlights? Around here, right? So...
Won't you come and see? Hey, come along with me and find a
perhaps I should do the crystal first.
tree of harmony and shelter from the rain. And you can bring your cane and everybody singing songs.
Does not have to be detailed. I just need to have a general idea of what this is supposed to look like. Now I should be able to have two choices here. I can go with a square shape of sorts or a complete circle around this. I suppose the square would actually be a better idea. Let's add some lines here. Should the front wheel be completely exposed on the front side over here? like it is here, or should it actually be covered up a little bit? Perhaps it should be covered up a little bit. But how? This maybe? Yeah, let's go with that. And like that? I don't know. I really don't know. Also this here. Should this go like so? I feel like it should. Let's erase this line here very carefully. There. That does not look too bad. Let's copy this and paste to the other side. It looks stupid. But it could look way worse. But a completely made up thing that I have no idea how it should be designed. It is not too bad. I want to select just this thing here. There. Just 1 pixel. Crap. Come on, I want pixel precision. There. That's what I wanted. Copy this. What if I add another one? What if I put this one down here? Oh no, that looks way worse. Okay. Eight. Yeah. That's actually not too bad. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. If I can figure out this design here, that should work, I suppose. You're sure? No, I'm not sure. I am not sure. Should I have tried to figure out the design of this thing before actually trying to draw it? In fairness, I do believe that drawing the wings on the dragon, that is actually going to be more difficult than this. Way more difficult. Okay. Now, how do I translate this basic design into this basic design? Like I said before, this bunch of nonsense over here, that is just a very basic design. The one which I will use to base myself on to draw the actual design that this is supposed to have. I don't know if that makes sense to you. I hope it does. Alright, I have an idea. Nature is calling me again, so I'll take a quick bathroom break. And when I get back, I will get started on sorting out this whatever. Anyway, I'll be right back. And I am back. Okay, Manji, enjoy your dinner. Alright, let's see. So again, bearing in mind that this front end is somewhat curved, I should assume that the headlight of sorts should be... oh boy. Like this? Why does this look like an eye? There's a crystal. Yeah. What am I doing? Oh god, it looks so weird. No, this is all wrong. All wrong. Perhaps before I try to install headlights in this wagon, I should figure out how the design should actually be like. Yeah. Because I kind of feel like headlights would be more of a detail thing rather than actual a part of the design itself. Okay. So for the time being, I have this thing over there. And let's do this. Okay. Let's try and finish this wheel arch on the front. Maybe it should not go all the way down here, maybe. Or should it? Yes, it should. Let's have it go all the way there. Seems to be fine. Okay. Now give me this this light gray and I do not know what I'm doing right now. I'm sorry for the silence, but I am seriously thinking really hard on this here. That is taking up all of my concentration, not leaving enough to be talking much. Hey Riptane, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. If you smell smoke, something burning, that's my brain. Oh, nice Riptane. How was it? I actually started playing that game, but I haven't finished. Good game. That's good. I have to finish that game soon. So no spoilers, please. Maybe this line here should actually be at an angle going up. Like this? Or no. You know what? Let's save this, the progress sheet, and round up a few corners. Save. Nice. Do you unlock anything special by doing that? Like some sort of bonus?
I really thought that I could save you, but on the day I wasn't there. I don't know how I'm meant to help you now. Maybe you're fine and you don't care.
I think I should keep these light gray lines for the moment and not touch them yet. All that I'm going to do is erase the griffin from here. because I don't believe I need this sketch here anymore. Which upgrades? Nice. Okay. I'm going to use the color red to round up the corners. Let's begin with this part over here. Let's start this line over here and go all the way down to there. This is for the windshield. Huh? That should be good enough. Yeah, sure. I will also redefine this angle here a little bit. Will I? No, I won't. I will leave it like this. Instead, all I will do in regards to this is change this part down here on the bottom. Oh, fudge, come on. There. Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't add much in terms of replayability, I don't really see much point in giving you plus 3 HP after you have already finished the game. Okay, what does this look like? I remove the black lines and some of the blue. Yeah, okay. That's not too bad. Do I want to round up this here? Yes, I do. Let's see. That seems fine. Let's see here on the back. I'm pretty sure I can add a little more curvature over here. Yeah. That should be good enough. Okay, that's looking better. Nice. Do I want to do that sort of stuff down here? Yes, I think I do. Let's experiment. Let's do it and see what it looks like. If I like the result, then I will keep it. Yeah, it is actually alright. It is actually alright. Let's see about these wheel arches. Let's round this a little bit. Not too much. Just enough to remove this corny corner. Because this corner is too corny. Mm-hmm. Now let's do the same thing over here. Okay. And save. List of backers for Yooka-Laylee. Yeah, that game was I think it was funded through Patreon. I think it was Patreon. A lot of people donated money for the project. Now for the gearbox thing down here, I will curve this quite a bunch. There. Alright. I have no idea who that is. Let's remove this pixel from there. Oh, you're talking about the backers. People called Aaron on the list. Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm distracted with trying to design this thing. And yeah, this here should be good. Okay. Yep. I'll also have to add some roundish corners to the doors. But that'll come later. Or very soon. Let's do something like that for the box of the steering mechanism. Yeah, that seems to be fine. I messed up the curve. Okay. Now let's remove the black lines. Nice. This here I will keep straight like that. And should I change this here? Probably not. Let's leave it like that. Okay, let's work a little bit on these doors. Let's do the same thing here on the top. So what I'm doing here right now is super easy. The complicated part is going to be to finally figure out the design of the front end. Remove these blue corners, and then I would do the windows. Well, the window. There's only one window on this door. Okay. So a little tweaking over here. Oops. Ah, frick. There we go. That's better. Mm-hmm. Now here. No, this here does not look good. Okay. One more. That's not quite good. Is it? No. I'll have to do some tweaking there. That's no problem. Only one pixel there and one pixel here should do it. Yep. That helps. Now let's see about the back window. Ah, you thought I was gonna say the front door, huh? There. Another important thing to bear in mind in regards to the design of this wagon vehicle thing for Griffiths is that not only I have to, well, figure out the design, but also after I draw it the way it is supposed to look like, I have to make it look like it has crashed. So that's another level of difficulty to be added this little project. And these two corners here, I'm gonna leave them as they are. And save. Will I? What is this going to look like if I round up those two corners as well? Let's do it and find out. It actually looks quite alright. Very well then. I will keep it. Oh yeah, there's this thing up here. Oopsie daisy. There was 1 pixel offset. I messed up. There. Now up here. And 2 more corners to go. Nope. 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 Maybe if I remove that pixel. Let's see. Yeah. This is it. But I thought I had erased up there. Yeah, there we go. Now I will finally do this door. And what is that name, if I may ask? Oh, Sasha. Reminds me of Heavy Weapons guy from Team Fortress 2. Shh, Sasha, he's asleep. I haven't played Team Fortress 2 in ages. Yeah, that seems to be fine. You know what, let's go ahead and do the window as well. So I am on this area here. There. Could I round up over here? Nah. I'll do just the window. Ah, I had the perfect line there. Why did I have to mess it up? There we go. Let's erase corners up here. Okay, this curve here is too much. I shall reduce it. That'll do. Oh, hold on. There's this corner here. This one, I will curve a little bit different. Let's have this part here be as straight as possible, but then do this. Almost there. No. This. Now remove that red pixel in this one. There we go. And save. Okay. Now it is about time I work on that front end. But first, I will turn some of these lines into blue lines and others into black lines. That's a good number. So these ones on the doors, they would turn blue. Yes. While the ones on the body of the wagon, those will turn black. Also here the windshield. I went 1 pixel overboard here. There we go. Okay, this is looking a bit better. Let's save this to the progress sheet and then continue. Now then, the front end. Do I actually curve? Let's experiment. Let us do some experimenting with this. Let's begin with this thing here. Would these wagons even have a hood? I suppose they could have a hood of sorts on the front here. They have to access the mechanisms for the steering here somehow, after all, right? There's a few other things that might be hidden here. I don't know. Now this entire front end. This actually... Yeah, this actually looks neat. Okay. Yeah. This shape that I have given this front end with the red lines, it reminds me actually how the shape of the front end of the Fiat 147 looks like. Specifically this one with the flat face. Because this car had 3 versions. Or more specifically, 3 different designs for the front end. It had this one, which was the original. It had the Europa. What is happening here? It had the Europa front end, which is this one. And lastly, it had the Spazio version, which is this one. Which is actually the second one that I like the most. Although my favorite is still this one. But anyway, I digress. Zoom in a little bit. How is this wheel arch going to work with this part here? Also, this should be curved. And do this here as well. So Now I am confused. How should I go about with this wheel arch on this side here? I don't know. I am going to redraw it a little bit though, because I don't quite like how it is curved over here. Should I go all the way down with this thing and then curve it? Let's see what happens. What this is going to look like. Well, first, let's do a complete arch. Like so. Now, with a different color and a little bit more zoom, go here and do that curve that I mentioned, like this. Oh, I messed up. There. This eraser is way too big. Here we go. I'll turn this into a red line. Okay. Seems alright. But like I said, I suppose that it does make sense if I give this wagon thing a hood of sorts. So let's draw one. Should it go like this? Sure. Yeah, sure. Let's remove the black lines and see what all of this looks like. Well, not all of the black lines, but all the lines, all the black lines that are being replaced by the red lines. So just these. Except for this one over here. Oh, there. Let's turn this red into black and see what this looks like. For real. And save. Yeah, that is not so bad. Should these vehicles have bumpers though? Nah. Who needs bumpers? In a dragon world. Alright, let's save this to the progress sheet and continue from this point on. I should turn these blue lines into black lines now. I don't think I actually need these to be so separated from everything else. Not anymore.
The night falls hard on sunken dreams. The sorry splendor
Okay.
and gleams.
And save again.
Patrons bark and angels jeer. The band plays loud and they don't hear.
Okay, now I think it is time I try to figure out the pseudo headlights.
Don't see the
Let's bring this closer. That way I can zoom in and still be able to see that.
With crimson shovels digging holes. Oh, you know I don't really wanna live in this strange
What if I do... Why is this line so thick? Should not be this thick. There we go.
away from these cruel times. I've been here for so long.
Here, I'm going to do this line at this angle, but the question now is, should I have it be a straight line or should I have it be curved a little bit? Should probably have it be curved a little bit.
Shadows on the wall.
Yeah, that should do it.
Cast by the
More zoom!
of the tall. Suits of power, white and black. Bring velvet ruins
And bring this up a little bit. Also curved.
and through the laughter and the moans.
And down here, same thing,
Just the thieves that
but curving outwards.
oh, you know I don't really
That pixel and this pixel. And now let's have another line going like so.
away from this cruel time. I've been here for so long.
Okay. Now, let me copy this and try something a little bit different.
I need to get higher.
So there should be a crystal inside this thing, right? Let's try and draw a crystal of sorts.
Floating like I'm deep in space, away from every kind of place. Come find me. Sadly, the feeling ends. I'm falling now and fading back into the crowd. I've only come so far.
I am doing these lines intentionally wonky to some extent.
But still they play out one.
I'm trying to make something that looks like a crystal.
They see those shadows on the wall.
I think I am. I don't know what I'm doing if I'm honest.
Deep as pieces fall.
Okay.
Can we divine a better end?
Put that there, and
Better kind of friend.
same thing down here.
If not, I doubt we shall survive.
And now paste this over so I can erase some of the extra red pixels that are pouring out of that headlight socket.
And I sure don't really wanna live in this strange world.
Okay.
To live in this strange land.
Let's move this thing a little more to the front. Yes, like this. And let's remove these gray lines on the side here because I don't believe they are going to be necessary. Amber, haven't seen you in a while. Welcome to the stream and happy Sunday. How have you been doing?
Come on now, hit it.
And yeah, I think this here works. Let's have a general look at the whole thing. Yeah, that actually does work. I do feel like I should add a few more lines, however, somewhere. I am doing okay today. Haven't been doing well these past 2 weeks, but I'm better today, thank you. Now the question is, if I do add more lines here, how should they be like? Nah, it's not really necessary. It's not really necessary. Let's keep it like this. Instead, what I would do is change the color of that headlight socket. Again, guys, you have to remember, this is not an actual headlight. It's basically just a light emitting crystal stuffed into a socket of sorts. So this wagon thing can actually quote-unquote drive at night in the dark. Okay. Now let's get this thing here out of here because it's no longer necessary. Let's convert a few more lines into a different color. So that one there, make it black. These lines that are defining the side curvature of the vehicle, they have to be reduced in length a little bit. I don't want them connecting with elements. So erase, erase, I said, erase there, and we need a smaller eraser here. Erase here. Same thing over here and here. That does not look very good. Erase here and here. Okay, now let's turn those lines into black lines and see what this looks like. Let's see if this experiment actually pays off. It's not perfect, but I think it does pay off. I think it does pay off. Okay. Yeah, I'll take it. Ideally, they would work best if they were a different color. So, like this, for example, you know, just so it is more, let's say, subtle. And I'm pretty sure that's what I'll be doing when I actually, after I do the final line arts and color this in Photoshop, just to make it subtle. But for now, I'm gonna keep all of them black, so they are very visible. Suspension-wise, what would a wagon designed to be controlled by griffins, so let's say more specifically quadrupeds, because although this is a small version for griffins, there is a bigger version for dragons. But point is, what would one of these things use as a suspension? What would that sort of suspension look like? Hey, welcome back, Menji. I suppose one of those arch suspension things would be the way to go. Like wagon suspension. Not this kind of wagon. This kind of wagon. Well, not quite that. Why must this be so tiny? Ah, here. This kind of suspension. I suppose something like that would make sense on a vehicle like this. Right? Yeah. Let's say yes. Let's say yes and try it out. But first, let me save this to the progress sheet, and then we will make some experiments. Okay, for the sake of testing, I am going to use the color red, and this supposed to curve down to the axle and back up. Right? Right. So kind of like this. I'm not going to make this detailed for the record. Wouldn't this be further up actually? Yeah, I think it should. Whatever. Yeah, this should work. Now same thing on the front. The one on the front. It's going to be a bit... Is it going to be a bit different? Let's try this. Oh, wait a second. I don't think this makes sense. I mean, alternatively, for the front side, I could have one of those that go all the way across. Kind of like this, you know? Although these usually go best with the rear axle than the front axle. I don't know, I am no engineer. Alright, sure, whatever, let's go with this here. Now paste this over. That way I can erase the red that is inside of the wagon like this. Yep. Here. Meal. Ah, but wait a second. Wait a sec. I don't know what I was going to say. My brain's turning to pudding by now. Okay, yes, this gives us an idea of what the suspension could be like. Wagon looks like a Chevy Blazer with a camper top on the back. Would have been like that. I know, this thing does look very wonky. I have explained about this, the concept of this kind of vehicle before. The problem is I have never developed this concept any further, so when it came time to finally draw the wagon for this sketch, for this picture, I had no idea what to do. Okay, let me undo what I just did here. Did I run out of undos? I think I ran out of undos. Seriously? Oh no, but I kind of needed to have the full thing here. Ah, fine, whatever. doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This is enough to give me an idea of where the lines should go when I draw the final line art. Assuming that I am indeed gonna go with this as the final design, which I have very big doubts if I will. Point is, there is no point. Now, of course, this thing needs door handles so the griffins can open the doors, right? On the outside. What should they look like? How they should look like should basically have something to do with... Ow! My foot. Should have something to do with how they function, right? Remember when you were... Yeah, it's been a while ago. And I never developed this concept any further after that. Oh man. You know what? Let's just do something very simple. Not that simple. Hang on. It does not have to be simply something that is directly related to how it functions. It also has to be something that a griffin can grab with their front paws to open you know. It has to be something that they can actually handle. Yeah, I remember that conversation. I was explaining when I was showing about the, I think it was when I was showing about the dragon original one, which is this here. But the principle for the griffin sized one, which is what I'm doing here, the principle is still the exact same. There should be a mechanism over here on the front for the steering, where the griffin will be grabbing that with their front legs while laying down on their stomach, so they can paddle with their back legs over here. And that should be connected through a mechanism down here that connects it to the gearbox down here. Well, what was I doing? The door handle. Okay, so it has to be something that a griffin can handle. Yeah, I suppose something like this would work, right? They can fit their digits down here and pull it out to unlock the door. I mean, cars in real life have that for humans, so yeah, it should work. That is a good idea, Amber. To hydrate. I haven't drunk anything in a while. That's better. Thank you. Okay, let's just change one pixel here. Yeah, there we go. And now copy this thing to the other door. Yeah, there we go. That works. Oh, but Mike, why did you put the door handle, the back door, on the opposite side of the front door? Well, my friends, for those of you who have missed the explanation on how, on how these doors should function, they should function similarly, if not the same, as the door on a bus. More specifically, I close that. More specifically, this kind of door. Yeah, this kind of door here. The kind of door that pops outwards just a little bit and then does an angle and sits on the side with a couple of articulations holding it like this. So this is a very compact system, and keeps the door very close. And the reason why I decided to go with this kind of thing instead of a rolling door like you would have, for example, on a van, like this here, where you have, this here's a perfect example, where you have a little track of sorts to keep the door from falling off, is because we have to consider that this vehicle is supposed to be used by quadrupeds. So I thought that maybe, and also there is not enough body room on the sides of the wagon to actually sustain a track like in a van, so the door can roll to the sides. And besides, I was concerned if the doors would conflict with the wheels and that sort of stuff. And also to have a door to open like a car door, you know. Oops, wrong thing. Open like a car door like this to the side. I believe that this would not work well for quadrupeds. So I figured that something that slides to the side would be a better design for the kind of creature that would use this vehicle. And how the door would open, I figured that it would be best if it were something like this. That way, the door, even if the wheels were to be sticking out of the body of the wagon, the door should not hit the wheels at all. And the reason why I have one door handle on this side and the other one on the other side here is because the front door is supposed to open to the front on the side, you know, while the back door is supposed to do the same thing but to the back. That way, these doors do not obstruct each other, they will not hit each other or anything like that. So when open, can I just drag this to the side? What is this going to look like? So when open, one door should go this way and the other door should go the other way, like this, you know. That way there is a lot of space, a lot of room for a quadruped to get in and out. Assuming I would actually use this exact same idea for the dragon-sized wagon, which I actually will, that is how it's supposed to be. I'm pretty sure either the doors are gonna have to be a little wider, or the wagon itself, actually both of them would have to be a little wider. Well, the doors would have to be a little wider on the scale of dragons, but the wagon would also have to be a little longer scale-wise, because unlike griffins, dragons possess big tails. They have very big tails, very big and long, thick tails. So they need some extra room for their tails to get through, and also to be stored inside here. I cannot imagine having a steady enough hand to draw. Oh, you think I free-handed all of this? No, I was using Linus. Unless you are referring to the dragon. The dragon, I did freehand a lot of it, but I also, I'm not gonna lie, I did use a lot of the curve tool for some parts. It helps a lot, but I couldn't freehand. It's just a little frustrating when you have to, when you draw a line, but you have to undo it and do it again until you can get it right. But yeah, have a steady hand definitely helps a lot. Okay, and now back to designing this wagon. Is there anything else I want to add to this thing? Yes, there is. Should it have tail lights of any sort? Again, this is not a car. This is simply a wagon carriage of sorts that is powered by pedaling from the inside. But it should be able to be driven in the dark as well, so that's why I put the crystal headlight at the front. But I'm pretty sure there should be some sort of light on the back as well. How should I go about that? Definitely looks amazing. Thank you! I know I never need a level drawing. That, well, obviously have the... What's the word that I'm looking for? Ah, freak! I can't remember the word that I'm looking for. But it's not the wheel. Skill is not the word either, because skill is something that you get from practicing. Have the gift. Well, gift is a bit of a strong word from for this, but let's go with gift in the lack of a better term. Have the gift to draw a kind of thing is a way to start. But that aside, you just basically need practice. Oh, happy Monday, Reptane! But I mind you though, I'm still very far away from being actually good at drawing dragons or any other creature for that matter. I am, however, far better now than I was when I started drawing dragons for the first time. And that I have managed through practicing over several years. And I still have a very long way to go. Also, one of the reasons why I decided to work on drawing effectively the Griffin's wagon for this picture today, instead of doing something else, is because the something else that I have to do is draw the dragon's wings on this dragon here. And I'm kind of dreading doing that because I suck at drawing dragon wings. And I have never drawn a dragon in this pose at this angle before, so I have no idea how to even get started with the wings for this for this big guy over here. Dragon there is beyond impressive. None of my mother art couldn't. Well, thank you so much, Amber. That makes me very happy. But this dragon could be better. I'm not 100% satisfied with his facial expression. I think this could be a little more expressive and anatomically correct. But I'm not going to touch this again because, like I said on the last Sunday, I'm pretty sure that if I try to fix this any further, I'm just gonna break everything. So let's not touch that. Now, speaking of fixing stuff and breaking stuff and touching stuff. Oh yes, the tail light for this thing. What would a tail light powered by a light emitting crystal in a fantasy universe where magic is something that not everyone can actually use, but is something present and that does cover crystals, what would a tail light for something like this, for a vehicle like this, actually look like? What are tail lights like in real life wagons? Let's see, wagon. Wagon tail lights. That's not what I had in mind. No, that's not the kind of wagon that I'm after. No. This is the kind of wagon that I'm after. You were looking at an SUV for better examples? Are you sure? I mean, we have to bear in mind that the fantasy universe in which these characters and this vehicle exists. This is a medieval style kind of fantasy setting. The body style, yeah, I suppose. But I also do not want something that looks modern like this. I want something that could exist in a medieval-ish period of time, but at the same time being something that would only actually exist in a fantasy setting. And this kind of looks like a screw. You know, the Phillips screw. Kind of looks like a screw. This actually reminds me a little bit of how the headlights kind of are on the wagon. Perhaps if I go a little back in time on SUV designs. Why must that look like a pair of screws? Seriously, this looks like I could fit a screwdriver here and remove the back end of this Jeep. What is that? Is that the Renegade? Yes, that's the Jeep Renegade. Jeep Renegade. Legend has it that this thing is so bad that it can actually get itself stuck in plain asphalt and cement. And there are videos on the internet to prove that. Oh, I hate when I run when power goes out, Torpedo. It sucks a lot. Maybe the triple light off the one car maybe look like a Tahoe Suburban or something else similar. Tahoe, and I don't think I know what that one looks like. Let's see, Tahoe. My God, look at the size of this thing. Jesus. The entire pillar is just a tail light. Let's see the Suburban. Chevy 101. Neighborhood of fire. Oh no. I hope they didn't lose anything. Or at least they didn't lose much. Let me try something else here. Nah. Definitely nah. What about this one here? Nah, that's worse. That's somehow worse, even though I did use the S here for a little bit of inspiration. What the fudge is this here? Oh no, someone took the design of the redesigned Uno and mixed up with the classic Fiat Elba. Oh no, that does not look good. No. That looks kind of nice. they're tiny and blocky? I forgot what those RAM taillights look like. Well, let's find out. Although I kind of like this here. Let's open this in another tab. I have no idea what this is from. Supposedly a 2002 Suburban. Dodge Ram. Nah. Chevy S10. Nah. I do think that this might be a better choice. How would a crystal, however, fit within a shape like this? Mercedes G. Let's see what a Mercedes G looks like. Mercedes G taillights. No, this is not from a Mercedes. They are kind of similar though. This is not bad. Like the wagon could have something with a shape similar to that. Possibly on the top. Here. On this area over here. Why there? Because of dragons. The universe in which these characters exist. These characters actually live together in the same society. That's why in this picture there's going to be a griffin here with this dragon. So having the lights on the top of the rear end of the wagon should be a good thing, because you know dragons are so much bigger, and also should make it easier for them to see this thing here in the dark. Not that I actually need lights there to see, because these dragons, they supposedly have night vision. No, it is not a Vici. This is the Fat Rat. More specifically, this playing here is the 1 million subscriber Megamix that the Fat Rat did. How long is this? Almost an hour. Alright. I used to have, Ember, a thing that would display the name of the song and the artist currently playing. It would display it on the stream. The problem is the program that I used to have that work does not work on Windows 10, unfortunately. The program itself runs, but under Windows 10 it is completely incapable of reading the music from Windows Media Player. So I was forced to stop using it, and I could never find a replacement for that. And this annoys me a lot, because I really like to people know what is currently playing, because these songs are not mine. So credit must be given to the musicians who made these songs. Okay, Manji, thank you so much, and thank you so much for joining the stream today. I hope you enjoyed and had some fun. Have an awesome week, sleep well, and of course dream of dragons. But yeah, going back to the tail light thing here. Started to get a bit of a headache. Oh no! Okay, Pianist, thank you for joining as well, and get healed from that headache. I hope you feel better soon. Thank you, Manji. And guys, don't forget, I am supposed to stream on Wednesdays and Fridays as well, although I play a different game on those days. And if people will not get in my way this time, I am going to finally play Phasmophobia by myself on the next Gaming Friday on Friday. at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I was supposed to play it this last Friday, but I couldn't. I was supposed to play on the Friday before that, but I couldn't. Oh my god. My life sucks. Yep, Phasmophobia. I'm a wuss on that game. I am by myself. Normally I cannot play more than 3 maps. More than 3 investigations only. I'm too scared. But let's see how it will go on a live stream. Hopefully it should be fun for everyone. Yeah, I'm too much of a scaredy cat when it comes to the game. I am fine playing with friends, but just by myself alone? Not really. Thank you, Torpedo. I really need to have better days, because my past 2 weeks have been extremely awful. You have no idea. But yeah, thank you again. Thank you also for joining, and I hope you enjoyed too. Where was I? Right, the tail light. So I have decided that I want the tail light to go here. But how would those magic crystals fit in a shape like this? I suppose we could have a pair of those round-ish crystals, kind of like we have for the headlights, right? Yeah, let's experiment. Have a very good night, Manji, and dream of dragons. So, I suppose I want the thing to be vertical, like this. Yeah. And are red crystals an actual thing that exists in real life? Yes. Whoa! That is so pretty. I know this is not real, but this is so pretty. Oh, red. No, this one is real. That is so pretty. Okay, red crystals are a thing that actually do exist. So, for this tail light of sorts, we could have a magic red crystal that fits in here. And maybe a pair of them. No? I don't care that this looks wonky. This is just a mock-up. Yeah, we could have a pair. And how would they work? I have no idea. These are not. I don't think these would be supposed to, you know, light up like actual tail lights in an actual car would. Like you have one to be the tail light, you have another one to be the brake light, and I don't know, you would have another one orange to be the indicator, and a white one to be the reverse light. No, just no. Although it would be cool. But no, this is a fantasy vehicle, and the streets in the society, they are not actually designed to have a bunch of these things driving around. Besides, like I have mentioned before, even if they were, how the fudge would it work? Because consider the size a wagon fit for a dragon would need. Imagine the look at the size of this thing. Imagine how big, how large, how wide the streets would have to be to fit hundreds, if not thousands, of these giant things here. Seriously. Look at that! That's gigantic. Oh yeah, no. Like I have mentioned when I was explaining the concept of this kind of vehicle, they are not actually the means of transportation in this society, and they don't have to be, because one, dragons are very big. They can cover a lot of ground by walking on their own before they get tired. Plus, most of them can fly, and the griffins themselves, they can also fly. So why drive when you can fly everywhere at will, you know? So no, these vehicles are supposed to be used more for transporting ill or wounded dragons and griffins, maybe some sort of cargo, like supplies, you know. They are something to be used every now and then, and only a few here and there, as needed. Not something like we have in our modern society, with cars and such. So yeah, all they really need is basically just means of identification of positioning. And alright, let's draw what this should look like. What should this look like anyway? This is not so bad, but not so great either. I'm not sure if I am happy with whatever I'm doing here. Yeah, I am not. Let's try something different. I'm starting to get hungry, actually. I might end the stream after I finish this. Let's move this further down. Let's see, place this here. Or should actually, yeah, you know what? Let's make it here on the top. On the very top. This might work. Now let's copy this and do just like I did with the headlights. I almost said flashlights. And I will want a pair of crystals there. Yeah. Inside you. Strong. Give me some. Alright, that should work. Now paste this over. And this. Perfect. Let's use a larger eraser to turn the blue into black. And sure, let's turn those crystals into black as well. No problem there. And save. Okay. Alright, now how these lights of sorts would actually be controlled from the inside, I have no idea. I have no idea, because these are not light bulbs, these are crystals. Crystals infused with magic. Let's save this to the progress sheet. Right. Now I am not done with this wagon. I am done for the most part, but I am not done. I still have to tweak its design a little more. I am 100% sure that I can make this look better, even though, I don't know. What is? It can look better. The wheels are obviously not finished, and I don't really think they are really supposed to be finished. Not on a sketch level. But overall, this can be a bit better. How? I don't really know. At least not yet. But also, that aside, I have to also crash its front end, because if you guys remember from when I first explained the concept of this picture, this wagon is supposed to be driven by a griffin, and the griffin here ended this dragon here. Somehow the griffin crashed this wagon in this dragon's butt, basically, and the dragon is obviously not happy about that. So I have to draw some damage to the front end here. How exactly would that look like? I don't know yet, but I will figure it out. It is something that will take some time though. Oh, you know, since I have erased that gray line, that gray line there, let me go ahead and save this without the line to the progress sheet. There. Yeah, there's the griffin. What is the griffin going to look like next to this version of the wagon? Let's open the progress sheet of the griffin and use this one. The griffin's about around here somewhere. Yeah. Also, I have to work on the perspective of this wagon. Right now it is very 2D. I have to make it look like it has some depth, like it has an actual other side, you know. Otherwise it's just gonna look like the cardboard cut out on the other side of the griffin there. But this should be enough to give us an idea, the general idea of what this is going to look like when done. Also, I have to work on the griffin's eye there, because as of right now he's looking up and not at the dragon, so I have to fix that. And I'm still not sure if just changing his eye is going to be enough, or if I will actually have to redraw his head, so his head is actually more horizontal than pointing upwards like it is right now. But anyway, this gives us an idea of how the picture is actually supposed to look like when done. And even though on the grand scale of things, I don't think I can really say that much progress has been done, at the same time, I can say that a lot of progress has been done, because I somehow managed to design the wagon. It's not a great design, but I am no car designer. But it should be good enough. For starters, it should be good enough. Oh yeah, let's save this. And let's close up. to think that I started with this here. Yeah, I went from this basic thing to this. You know what? Yeah, progress has been made. Progress has been made. I'm actually satisfied now that I am comparing. Now that I'm comparing this version of progress to the very first version of progress, which was this extremely basic shape, not shape, design. Now that I'm looking at these two here and comparing them, yeah, I am actually satisfied with the progress that I made today. Making this comparison does make me happy about this design here. I wish it was better, but considering this is the very first time that I draw something like this, it is actually quite alright. No! I forgot the date! I forgot to date the file! Frick! I gotta... why did I rename this to? Cause and effect. There. Where is the wagon? Wagon progress sheets. Yep, yep. Give me this. And let's write the date here. So this is February. Today is the 6th of 2022. Sunday. Nice. And save. And with that, I do believe it is time to end the stream because I am getting hungry and I need to use the bathroom again. That's what happens when it gets colder, the weather gets colder, and I drink a lot of water. In other words, nature is calling. So guys, let me tell you something before I go. And this is not quite the usual end of stream reminders, so to speak. It is, but at the same time it isn't. There is something that I need to show you. Let's see here, work in progress. Let's see Photoshop, our stream thumbnail. It is my schedules. Yeah, here. So, you remember that I said in January, last month, that the Wednesday streams, they were currently on hold until February because I was at the same taking a break from those and also rethinking those streams. And I believe I have reached a conclusion to that rethinking that I mentioned. The BR Wednesday. Actually, let me restart this this sentence. I was rethinking if I should keep streaming on Wednesdays. More specifically, if I should keep doing the BR Wednesday stream. And for those of you who do not know, the BR Wednesday is essentially the Gaming Friday, but on Wednesdays and in Portuguese. So I was rethinking if I should keep doing this one, and I have reached the conclusion that I should not. So, although I am not fully decided on how exactly I shall proceed with the BR Wednesday, I have decided that I will still keep doing the BR Wednesday for the month of February, assuming that I am not interrupted and I'm not stopped, prevented from doing the stream on Wednesday anyway. But I digress. I will still do the BR Wednesday in the month through the month of February. It is still going to be at the same time as it has always been, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. It's still going to be the same way as it has always been for 1 year. That is a different game every week in Portuguese. But in March, however, there will no longer be a BR Wednesday. Instead, I will replace the BR Wednesday with something else. And what I have been thinking is to always stream only, and this is on Wednesdays, only do American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator. What I thought, and this is actually the original idea of schedule when I was planning my streams before I started with the Gaming Friday. So yeah, I am likely going to go with that original idea from a couple of years ago and replace the BR Wednesday with only American Truck Simulator and only Euro Truck Simulator on Wednesdays. So every Wednesday it would be ATS on 1 week, and then on the next Wednesday it would be ETS 2, and then on the Wednesday after that it would be ATS again, and then ETS 2, and then ATS, you know. I would cycle through those once a week. So once a week it would be ATS and ETS 2 only on the Wednesdays. No other games. Only those 2 trucking games on the Wednesday. So for now, even though I am not fully decided on this, for now the plans are to drop the BR Wednesday starting on March, and starting on March replace the BR Wednesday with a trucking stream. I don't know yet what I would call that show, but yeah, that's how my plans are going so far. But anyway, also, what day is going to be the next 9th, 16th, 23rd? So there should be, if I'm not prevented from doing the stream on Wednesday anyway, there should be only 3 more BR Wednesdays until the March 2nd, when I should start with the trucking stream on Wednesdays. So yeah, that's something to look forward to, I believe, if you guys are into trucking games, specifically ATS and ETS 2. But yeah, now that aside, until February at least, I do stream on Wednesdays at 7 PM Eastern Time, a different game every week, on Wednesday, in Portuguese, however. I also stream a different game every week on Fridays, with a Gaming Friday at 6 PM Eastern, and I do art live on Sundays, just like today, at 2 PM Eastern Time as well. The Gaming Friday and the Chill Art Sunday are always in Portuguese, but the BR Wednesday, the Chill Art Sunday and Gaming Friday are always in English, not Portuguese. Those two are always in English. Only the BR Wednesday is in Portuguese. But like I said, this is going to end. And the trucking streams on Wednesdays that we replace the BR Wednesday, those are going to be in English. Yeah. So rip Portuguese. But anyway, my friends, that's going to be all for. Oh yes, also I have a Discord server available. For now, it is currently limited to only members of the Dragon Realms art group on DeviantArt and subscribers to my Twitch channel here on Twitch. So if you are one of those and would like to join, there is a link in the panels below the stream. Just scroll down and you will find the link there. If for some reason you have troubles with that link, you can message me on DeviantArt. That's my name up there on the corner of the screen, Mike-Dragon, or on Twitter, @_MikeDragon, and I will send you a link directly from there. I will be opening the server for the general public in the near future, but for now, it's only for members of the group and subscribers. But yeah, that is going to be all for today. Thank you all so much for joining today's stream. It was great having you around once more, and I wish this next week is going to be a better one for all of us. So yeah, my friends, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you enjoyed and had fun. And until we meet again on the next stream, I wish you all to be blessed by God, and may you stay safe and healthy. And since it's already nighttime, sleep well, have some good rest, and of course, as always, dream of dragons. Bye, my friends. See ya. Bye.
Present some problem arms and we don't know what to do. You've come to find new feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Good bad and taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's both been elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait to play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you've got to be more grand. You've got to think ahead and carry out the things you've planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where fossils lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You've got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Don't bet on sinking ships because you got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.